Good morning. Happy Friday. Oh, it's cold and damp this morning. Holy crap. Cold. Okay, so today I've put it off long enough. I'm going to start trying to make a endgame CV. I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it a shot. See if I can make some. This might take more than just today. It might take Tuesday also. Means we'll be pushing back, going back into hardcore. I just want to have a whole bunch of new stuff for mid game, late game for our next playthrough. So the idea is what I'm going to make is I'm going to make a cruiser. And this cruiser is going to be designed in such a fashion to where we could add turrets on later. It'll start out with a few turrets for defense, and then we will build it in such a fashion to where it will be able to actually, do some combat. So we'd have like designated areas where you can attach. We would be able to attach turrets to particular locations. But yesterday, what we were able to get done is we were able to get this pad done. We were also able to get a brand new small vessel so that we could replace the wedge and be able to go onto a snow planet and be able to mine without having to, freeze ourselves to death. This thing, the toad. That made. So far this week we were able to make the toad, the wolf, mule, which is a light transport ship, replacing that, and this pad to be able to, land the CVs. Got storage and all that. Small defensive turrets on the bomb. I'm going to start trying to create let's try and make a CV. This thing is going to be much larger than that thing. Maybe not that big. Close. I'm just trying to slowly work my way up to larger and larger ships. Blocks, maybe. Combat. You know what? I'm going to try something. I'm going to do hardened steel and combat steel in certain spots. Which I'll make like certain parts of the ship be made out of combat steel, but not the entirety. Because we're getting really, really big with the ships, so we need to design these things with that in mind. So, facing this way, we want to have enough space. That way. Okay, so let's see. So, that's thrusters, generator. Down, here, forward, And left. Right. That there. Up. A lot of space. Work. This. That. Move all the things. Okay. So let's actually try to make this thing. Yeah. Symbol tool. Block. There. Remind me which direction we're going. Kind of hilarious that you can power off a hovering shift and just let it hang there. Yeah. Don't like it already. Yep. Yep, this is our cruiser right here. Just, 9 blocks. There we go. Best ship ever. Doesn't even have power. And it's there. Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna kind of make this up as I go here, as I always do. So I'm gonna make something that's a lot larger than that one. But it's going to be a cruiser that can be upgraded into an assault cruiser. I need to make something that can hold. So we're going to probably have a small hangar on the back. Yeah, HV deployment, yeah. Small hangar on the back so we can drop off hovercrafts. And what I'll probably do is, if I can fit it, I'm going to see if I can make it to where it will have maybe like a staggered hangar doors, so we'd have to be able to go up or down. We'd have a hangar in the rear, or that will have a ramp when we're landed. We'll have probably a hangar door on the bottom and the top for SVs. At least that's my thought right now. We get into actually making bits and parts, so we'll probably have to change that. Okay. Hangar doors, there they are. Sure. Probably go 10 by 9. Don't want to go full blown large, but out. I gotta put. I just need to figure out the general shape I'm gonna go for. I just don't want to make a giant cylinder or a giant square. I've done that before. Would be in. What's it? Okay, let's start with making the inside of the ship then. That's usually what gets me to move forward a little bit. Make the inside of the ship. Need to have enough space to be able to put a couple of HVs in here, like the tank. We could put a tank in here. Also have a C in here. Let's put what we kind of did for the underground hangar. Do 5x5 alcoves or sections. Five, app, 5, app, 5. That would be 6 slots. Six areas. Mark those quick. Good. That would remain a 3x3 area. Doesn't exactly give us enough room to maneuver. Forget about the maneuvering in case all 6 are open. I mean, all 6 are currently being occupied. That'll be a 4x4 area in between. Because a 5x5 square is enough to fit our large tanks. I don't want to have the problem of the underground hangar, because it's 10x5, a 9x5, probably a 9x5 door. Be more than enough to be able to get a tank in and out, and it will also give us some growing room for larger vessels. There we go. Really hard to think. I'm really trying hard to think about this one because the last time I made a cruiser of this size, it was the destroyer, and it became way too big. Come on. Also thinking about movement around the ship, because I don't want it to be too difficult to get anywhere. I'm also gonna put the belly docking areas on this thing too, for the mining vessels, resource gathering vessels. Put those on the bottom too. This is gonna be just for things that we can't just dock underneath. Hanger. Start with a shape. Start with a shape. Any shape. No matter. Five. Fuck. 2, 4. 5. Have slowly moving everything back. 4 again. Back again. What, 5, 5, 4. One. Okay. Yeah, 6x6 should be more than enough. I don't need anything bigger than that. I haven't really figured out if I'm gonna put side, nacelles on the side of this thing. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Probably gonna put nacelles on the side. But I also I might do a combination of the two. We'll have engines on the side, but also engines on the top. Because this hangar, I'm gonna have to make it a belly mounted hangar. This a halfway mark. I want to make it look like it has supports arching over the top here. Smooth those angles out a little bit, but put it in place. Damn it. Little shape made. I have to make this, because this thing is going to be in combat, we're going to have probably make the entire outside of this thing. Well, not maybe the entire outside, but a good portion of the outside is going to be made of combats. Ah. The insides are going to be made of a combination of regular steel and hardened steel. Hold on. I'll have to switch those out for regular blocks. Here. Actually, probably. Those corners. That. Corners are gonna have to be interesting. Mm. I have a corner that looks like. Oh. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't have a corner piece that is for this. It seem to exist. What could we put in its place instead? think that'll work. Then we do something like this for the corners. Fill it in with the half slabs. You got these corners, triangle corners. What do we have? Probably do. One of these could be. Oh, really weird. Kind of works. I mean, it kind of just don't have a completely flat one, but well, at least do. And this little post right here will act as a place to put the docking pads. That works. Work. Trying to make a large cruiser that actually can be used, other than making something that is so incredibly expensive that I wouldn't even want to move it. It's gonna be so difficult. The bigger you make it, the more thruster power you're gonna need to get it off the ground and move it around. And I think the largest part of the ship is going to be the hangar. This is going to dictate pretty much the size of the rest of the ship. We just went through 1,000 blocks. That's what's here. I'm going to check something real quick. I'm going to take my largest HV right now. I'm not going to actually spawn it in, but I'm just going to get the bounding box and take a look at it. Where I continue. It's the go with the Atlas. I think the Atlas is pretty much the largest one we have currently. Okay. Looks to be enough height. Yeah. Check the other one, which is the shellback, which is the other large one we have. This one. It'll be a tight squeeze. I'm not seeing any of the bounding box being hit by anything, so good. Tall enough. Now the back of the ship is going to be angled like all the others. Just like all the other ships that we've made so far. How angled is... I'm not quite sure yet. I might do a combination of both, where it starts out kind of like a really almost vertical angle, and then angle out to 5 degrees. Probably will angle it shallow on the back of the hangar, and then go sharp for where the larger engines are going to be. And we'll have engines on the side too. I'm not going to do what I did on that one though. I'm not going to use the large engines for takeoff. Unless we, turn them off as soon as it's off the ground. Oh. Gonna go and completely enclose it right now. I have no idea where the doors are gonna be quite yet. I'll probably do right here to fully enclose where the control block is. Probably put like a cylinder of some sort here. So it shares the same look as everything else. I'm gonna give it a rounded belly. That way we can have the control block kind of with several layers of steel underneath it. Probably just going to be combat steel. Put 2 or 3 layers of combat steel on the belly. That's nice and this. Reminder. 3 layers of combat steel to kind of, because this thing is gonna be designed to where when we outfit it to be an assault carrier, it can roll up above a point of interest, and it'll have those layers of combat steel to absorb what shoots at us. Once I fill this in, then we'll cut out the areas where the hangar doors are going to be located. On top and bottom. I think that will pretty much be the only weak section of the entire ship, is probably the hangar on the bottom. Because it will be like the only part that's going to actually be a cutout of where all the combat steel on the bottom is going to be located. Well, everything. No, I haven't. Use this. And there. Rotate. Like, really? Okay, it doesn't like to mirror that correctly. Remove all that then. Yeah, that's not mirror. That is not mirroring correctly at all. Supposed to just flip it on the XY, but apparently not. Oh well, okay. Move on. Moving on. Rear hangar door. I'm actually going to make several layers of hangar door, actually. That way, if one gets destroyed, then we'll have several others. In fact, I'm probably going to remove... I'll have 2 hangar doors stacked up on top of each other, and then I'll put a force field right here. For the sake of making sure that we have it framed correctly. Something like this. Because the hangar doors are the weakest parts of the ship. So make sure that things are going to be well protected. Also going to try and make another attempt at making these hangar doors on a switch, but also making them to where they're on a sensor too. That all three doors open nearly at the same time. So just kind of go. We have these really thick doors. And the top hangar door is probably going to be a double door. Same on the bottom, but they're not going to be in the same spot. So there'll be like one closer to the front back here, and then we'll probably have another one over here. And they're going to be designed for SVs being in and out. I kind of like the look of these clamps. They look like they're like holding it in place. I like the look of it. I kind of want to keep it that way. Do something. I want to mirror that a little bit. Sure. That's the angle that's going to be at back here. Which protects both sides so that if someone's shooting from here, they have a very small sliver to hit the hangar doors. I'll have 2 blocks worth here. The engines are going to be, well, at least one set of engines. Go up to sharp angle. You can already tell this thing is already going to be pretty damn huge. Just the belly area. I'm also going to try and make it to where the bottom hangar door is going to be located is going to be designed such fashion to where it kind of arches a little bit. That there's like a gap a little bit, so that when this thing is landed, we can still access. We could still kind of access the belly of the ship. Also, we'll put on the highest points of the belly. We'll put like landing gear. Oh, the lowest point. That way. This real quick. Engine. Engines. The hardest part of any ship. $200 meganewtons for large thruster. We don't need 800 meganewtons. This thing isn't supposed to be fast. I mean, no cruiser is supposed to be fast. Unlock level 17. Oh, actually, unlock cost. Unlock level 15. There's a 2x4x2. The question is, 2 or 3? Eight megawatts. Per. We have 2, it'd be 16 megawatts. Or 24 megawatts. We're gonna need a lot of fuel tanks on this thing. I'm already seeing this already. Just to make this thing be able to not run out of fuel really, really quickly. If we do 3, it would look cool. But if we do 2, it will require less fuel to move forward. But I'm not the only one building big. This is a ship that I normally don't build big. I mean, most of the ships that I make, I mean, the biggest ship that I actually use is like this size. Small frigates, transport ships. So I'm trying to make an endgame CV because, you know, lately I've been playing hardcore rule set. So I want something that's I can actually gather the materials to actually run. So I'm trying to make a CV that I can actually use and fly around without breaking the budget. That's why I'm kind of really, really thinking over my design choices. Well, let's see here. We do. I don't think we're going to be able to do 3. Mostly because, well, it's an odd number ship. So we've got 1 block in the center. So we're probably just going to have to go with 2. Put 3 blocks gap. Also, I'm giving myself the additional. I'm also giving myself the additional difficulty of making this thing also be able to be in combat. This one takes 800 Zathium so far, so it's not very economical. No. That's why it's endgame. Yeah. This particular ship right now, we're looking at not bad then. Nearly 3,000 so far. Once we get the combat seal put on board, that's gonna start really pushing the cost. Probably want to there. We could do something like this. Here. Yeah, it's full of yeah. Yeah, it just definitely brings up the cost real quick. That combat steel. The combat steel is going to be mostly on the belly of the ship. Move these back. Plus, finding the balance in between looks and functionality is always very, very fun. There we go. Forget about if that's way too high. Probably bring it down one. Because this is essentially the belly of the ship. Don't want it to be too tall. Want it to be kind of flat, kind of like a Homeworld or something like this over here. Move it one more time. Oh. I build from the outside in. I go for looks, then stuff inside with stuff to make functional. Make it functional. Just have to plan ahead. Yeah. For me, it's like trying to find... I kind of just let the design kind of... just kind of send me in a direction. I just kind of make it up as I go. Add. Something like this. These little quote-unquote control flaps, as I like to call them. There we go. It's a kind of a design that kind of happened on this one. On this one, we kind of made that. And I've decided to just kind of repeat that same somewhat design on every single ship afterwards. Because it just looks cool. Not exactly a very safe thing for the engines for survivability, but it looks cool. How we go about it. Would definitely not be something you want to put in, on a ship in PvP, that's for sure.
Remember all the happy times you had.
Let's try some. Trying to mix it up with smaller engines here.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay, and we'll over here kind of increase the coverage. The engines feel recessed a little bit. Yes. Multiple layer engines here. That looks good. Fine. And for the sake of making them look a little bit more structurally sound, like this. This right here. There. Right there. There we go. Okay, so those things are high enough off the from the hangar bay to where we're not gonna, cook ourselves when we go and approach this thing. Okay. There's the hard part. Large hangar doors here. We want to cover it up. Question. Oh. This. Some of them don't like to work. That's why we're going to need a switch. Need a switch for that. We'll need a switch and a sensor and all that good stuff. I'm just kind of putting it in place, just to kind of see if I like it. Mm. Hummity hum. So I guess it's just like seeing how large, like how high up these engines go. Don't want it to look like it's got its ass hanging in the air. Gonna be engines over here too. Smaller engines. Yes. I feel like that's just way too high, especially when we're gonna be putting a hanger to be able to go from the top down. This doesn't exactly free us up for any turrets either. Turret hard points. Take a step back. That's really the problem when it comes to me and designing. There's an image I have in my head, and then there's what I'm capable of. Finding something in between the two is, well, I want to make it just a little sharper. Trying to go with something that's a little bit more form-fitting. A little bit. 3 blocks. It's gonna be 3 blocks of space here. Out. Layer of combat steel belly. Three, 5, 5, 5. 5 by 3. Two blocks. Small belly hanger door. Yeah, I tend to bring along, right? Yeah, we got the, which is going to be fairly easy, except for this here. Combat vessel. Probably have this one. This will probably be for smaller vessels. We could probably have one on the top that's for larger vessels. So how large would that have to be? Pretty large, actually. Cover this thing a little bit. So it would have to be like 5 blocks wide. Nope. 7 blocks wide, actually. Have to be a 7 by. It'd be a tight squeeze. Not 7 wide. You have to have 9 blocks wide. And I made my CV. It was before hangar doors even existed. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna have to be 9 blocks wide. So it'll have to be a 9 block wide. Yeah, 9 by 5. So that would be a 9 by 10. So it'd have to be a 9 by 10 door. And we'll probably be doing it this way. And I want to offset it a little bit. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it an arched area. Right here. And I want it offset a little bit, so that it doesn't line up completely with the bottom one. And we'll come in this way, go down, and then as soon as we get on board, rotate, then maneuver it to its parking spot. Tad bit high. Well, we're gonna have multiple doors stacked up, probably for combat's sake. That real quick. Ready for slingshot. Oh my god. One's the smaller one. Three layer thick hangar doors. I'm gonna have to put them on sensors so that they open up. Mm. Move it up one. Oh, we have it right on it. Okay. To that we go. Wanna cover up any of the door, really. There for now. Number 5. Okay, it's not as high as I was. Okay, good. That fills in a little bit of space doing it this way. Something like this. So that lines up with this door a little bit. Something like this. got these archways so that I can put lights, have spotlights lighting up each of the alcoves. Look like support beams a little bit. Exit, the top entrance, bottom entrance. Gonna be the smaller the doors, that way it's a lot harder for hit. That's 2,000 blocks we just used. Trying to figure out how high up we're going to be having to go here to kind of make the top of the ship not feel so dwarfed. Well, make it feel like it's not huge. And trying to blend the size of the engines with the rest of the ship here. But probably the sensor hidden away. You can't see it. mimicking the top. That's why the combat steel is just going to be in locations where it's needed. So pretty much like the belly in certain places, probably on the sides in certain places. But the idea is that this thing would be able to survive with most of its important pieces of equipment intact. And most importantly, when we're attacking points of interest, it won't get immediately destroyed. That's why we're having 3 layers of combat steel, which is already pretty damn crazy. I'll have a chance to take a look at what we have to work with. Because how the AI work in single player is that they always target where the core is. So if we're in front of the ship is coming from this angle, they'll be shooting at this. So it's thicker. It's got more blocks they have to go through to get to it. Same with back here. And if they're right below us, they'll have fewer layers to go through. But technically, this thing could probably survive a couple of impacts from a artillery gun before, you know, whatever rockets or artillery we have on board will take it out. Yeah, we need a ramp that goes a little bit. We need a thicker ramp. Well, longer ramp. That seems to be like our longest ramp right now. That's the best we're gonna get. Off by 1 block. Could bring it down 1 block, but then we'd have the 1 block gap up by the hangar door, which doesn't exactly help us at all. I'm angling this thing so that it blends in a little bit. Yeah, this design is going to require us to, you know, remove, add, remove again, add, move. Hard part is going to try to figure out what the bridge is going to look like. Make it to where it's like 2 layers as we go forward. So at the front of the ship, protected by 2 layers, rather than 3 layers in the back. That save us a bit of weight. That's the downside to design in any fashion. That it doesn't fully start coming together until like the very end. Make changes, more changes. In fact, probably a very small portion of the ship is actually going to be a part of the spots we're actually going to be walking around on. I'm just trying to limit the amount of empty space as much as possible. Because right at the hangar, we're probably going to have like a storage. Gotta think about all the things that I would need to get immediately access to when we get off our ships. So, storage, constructor, first aid station, definitely, especially for hardcore. When we're on the hardest difficulty, we need to get access to healing as soon as possible, which is where we have to make it to where that's where a door is, so that, and also where the also have to put the underbelly docking areas near the medical bay also. One of those things that we just immediately die if we don't do that. I have a feeling that's going to be way too sharp of an angle. I really don't want to make this thing very, very wide either, because then I have to figure out what to do with all that extra space. Mmm. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Maybe if I do something. It's not a 100% solid shape. I just kind of continue it forward. Let's see. Nope. Symmetry off, selection mode on, please. Thank you. Copy this. Okay. 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 Go for sharper angle then. And like the look of it, so it's just like whatever. Gotta fill in all this space right here. There has to be something there to kind of, make it look like something. By a block.
For your audience must be impressed or you're wasting your breath.
Okay. This.
For your audience must be impressed or you're wasting
Empty space up here and here. Let's just get the basic shape into place now. Go back through and cut out sections, add to sections. Space in here. These sections of this thing hollow. Yeah, that's 3,000 blocks. I've got a few. I'm probably going to just make sections that go way back over here. Either fake engines or something like that. I don't know. Something just there, kind of like spoilers on a truck. A spoiler on a truck. It's kind of there, but it's also kind of useless. So probably put it back there somewhere. Something back here. Have to put something on the top too. Not combat steel, but combat steel only on the important parts. Bow out the bottom a little bit here. Ton of very it's right there. I'm gonna add it now, but I'm gonna remove it later when we go to there we go. Just want to be able to have the location kind of decided. Extra sounds like a good spot. Put an artillery piece so that if we're at an angle, one of the guns is firing. If we're straight forward, it'll angle them down and shoot. Also break up this huge flat area back here. The idea of this thing is to be at first it's going to be a regular carrier, but we'll have these designated areas later on. To where we can add the artillery pieces and rocket launchers and stuff like that. We'll have that all just kind of already planned out so that when we first spawn this thing in, When we first spawn the thing in, these will be empty. And then we'll gather the materials and just add it on later. So that we'd have the ship, but not the guns. Not yet. That's what I'll do. Break this up a little bit by putting these little sections here. In fact, I'll probably just drop onto the workshop when I'm finished. Probably drop both versions. The cruiser and the assault cruiser. So one with guns, one without guns. Doodle-doo. I'm thinking probably just for the heck of it, I'm probably going to add 2 bridges. So we'll have a bridge that's like in the front, and then we'll have maybe like a bridge in the back. Probably what we could do. Or a bridge near the center, actually. Make a lot more sense. Because if I put a bridge back here, we're going to have to worry about the heat coming off of these things. Yeah. They're on endgame cruise. It was gonna be difficult. It was gonna be difficult. Just kind of how it goes. Go through and fill in all the holes. Okay. Yeah. I think I got an idea for these sections though. Let them remain hollow, and then we'll just make them look like lights. That will cover up the fact that there's that empty space there. That'll work. By the way, I don't forget to make the hangar airtight. A feeling where you're basically fighting the blocks. Do this. Three by three, huh? 3 by 3. Smaller turrets. Projectile turrets. Thinking probably cannon turrets or miniguns. Probably do cannons now, miniguns. Well, miniguns now, cannons later. Sure, not that. I would have to have retractable. Yep. Hey, one at a time, please. There we go. Double minigun. This particular, these particular guns will be here upon spawning. Better. That. All the corners. That's a terrifying thought right there. A broadside from this thing is going to be evil. Awesome. Okay, so here. Case. Sake of making sure that this thing doesn't you have to make sure that they're staggered a little bit. That way the guns can shoot straight forward if they need to. Also need to start thinking about tapering this thing down. Think about probably the bottom. Once I get everything built and I put everything in place, and then I'll start figuring out where thrusters are going to go. This thing is going to require a lot of downward thrust. It's going to spend most of its time in space, but downward thrust is going to be important. So that if we, so that when we go to land and drop off HVs, we can. I can't wait until. I wish they would add the ability to have capital ships dock to capital ships, so that I can connect like other capital ships, smaller capital ships below larger capital ships, so I can bring everything with me if I want to move to a different location. There will be lights there. Oh, how heavy is this thing right now? Oh, just 8.5 kilotons. Just no big deal. Not even finished yet. Class. Still class 1. Way bigger than that. Here's soon. That's 4,000 blocks. Also, landing gear isn't important to add right now because we don't know where the center of the ship is. It's not quite yet. Think about just making this section of a little thicker. This thing will look a little bit more beefy. Just a little bit. We'll have to go in here and add more layers of hardened steel in sections, just so that if we don't have a giant hole in the side of our ship. Actually, I like that idea. Trying to dress it up a little bit. Because I can have those light up. Another one back here. Do up here. Try this.
Throw your cranes up.
Go this far. Oh, shoot. There. Maybe right here. Do something like this. Sure. And what I'm thinking, around here, we put the regular gun, you know, the regular sentry turrets. What I'm thinking about putting right here. These things. Ah. Do something like this, maybe. Got to do something like this right here. Do this. Do something similar on the bottom, that would be great. Yeah, this is gonna be a multiple day. I can already tell this is gonna be a multiple day project. That temporarily, so I can see the quote unquote light up windows. Your side. very large ship so far. I shudder at the thought of how much fuel this thing is going to require to lift off. This is an end game. I'm 2 weeks into this. Oh, you're 2 weeks into your build? Ah. I gotta come up with something. So it's not just a giant cylinder. Yeah, come. I haven't found anything that looks. I haven't thought of anything that looks good. That's the problem. I'm thinking about making it to where I kind of have an empty spot right here. So eventually to this point it'll angle up and then an overhang where the bridge and living quarters are located. I also have to put like windows, actual windows, not fake ones. The heavy windows. And put like a small greenhouse. So we'll have like 3 plots. So 3 by 3 plots inside this thing, so that we'd have a little bit of food, but not enough as much as a main base would have. Just big enough to where if we're on another planet or near another planet, we have food growing at all times. Okay, so I gotta figure out something to put here. Put something here. I'll figure out elevators and stairways and all that kind of stuff later, once I figure out where the rooms are going to be located and how much space I have to work with. And probably because of the size of this ship, I'm probably going to just use stairways, because we'll have the space to do that, and just elevators at certain points. We also have to figure out how to get on it, board this thing without using the rear hangar. I'll probably place it near the landing gear somewhere. Pulling in a little bit. The good thing is that by having all these this empty space, we'll be able to put fuel inside these crawl spaces. What? I got an idea. I has an idea. More guns. Yeah, no, not much of an idea, but when in doubt, add more gun. What am I, the engineer from TF2? problem needs solving, use a gun. If that don't work, use more guns. That totally works. That might be off center of where the center of the ship is going to be. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, warp drive. Gotta put a warp drive somewhere. Put it in the spot where there's going to be most amount of armor. Probably right above the 2 layers of combat steel. So I don't want to put it anywhere near the core so that it doesn't get hit by proximity. We're gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I gotta think about this. I gotta see a good transition point. Because now that I have the guns here, I can't exactly bow it out. Unless I go at an angle up, maybe. Because these guns are going to be shooting down anyway, most of the time. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Stay here. When in doubt, see what everyone else has done and see if we can do something a little different. I've got quite a few reference material that I've found on the workshop of other things other people have done. In fact, I got even more over here in this direction. The out here is more attuned to what I'm trying to accomplish. So. Wait for it to load in everything. Ships like the Infinity. I strive for originality. Yeah. I'm more looking for shapes. What I'm looking for. Now, a lot of these designs are just, except for that one, that's a battle cruiser for StarCraft. Can't put engines in that location, fortunately. Can't put engines. Now that since we have this artillery piece back here, can't exactly do anything with that. Unless we move it. I could move it. Move it to somewhere further up, further forward. But yeah, I take reference material off of the workshop mostly so that one, I know what everybody else is doing, so that I can do something different, but also two, so I know what can be done. So that if whatever's in my head I'm trying to accomplish, I look and I go, wait, this is not possible. I do the same, yeah. Because I'm trying to make it fit with the rest of the fleet here. Make it fit with the rest of the fleet design. I could do what I did here and add nacelles on the side. Just get a larger version of this. I don't want to go too weird with the nacelle designs because then we'd end up with this. But I am probably going to make the bridge kind of in the center like this one. Because that way we can easily get to the bridge from the hangar or anywhere else on the ship. Yeah. Plus, it would give us a nice, good starting point for something on the side. Something like this. We did, yeah, it turned off symmetry. Come on. That up a little bit and turn our symmetry on. Because we got it unloaded the it unloaded our project. Back on. We'll just make very giant nacelles that double as also extra shielding on the sides. Oh, shoot. Got ahead of myself. This quick. Start with a basic shape. Go from there. We also have to make sure we don't go too low. But what's really cool about doing it this way is that it'll allow us to be able to make these kind of act as the landing gear also for stability, so this thing doesn't roll over. I've had that problem in the past with a lot of my designs where I would go to land a ship and it would hit like a tree and all of a sudden it's on its side. That's the last thing we want to do with such a large ship like this. That's a good enough gap. Oh. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp. Okay. That was a 3x. No. It should be a 5x5 with flipped corners. Or forgot that when we removed the gun and we didn't when we went to go and remove the gun, we weren't in symmetry mode, so I did take out the other side. Yeah. Fix that, shall we? Yeah. There we go. Much better. Yeah. We're also taking this design from our first light cruiser. You have these little things on the side. They're going to be a lot thicker though. Thicker and larger. this right here.
It's not a race, but you can't slow down. You're in a map, no path to follow to find it. But to yourself, you're in last place every day. You can quit your heart, don't back up, don't back out.
There we go. Okay. Hey Gramps, how's it going? How are you doing today? Okay, this is gonna break up the tons of flat area we have back here. I gotta follow. Ah, Gramps, thank you for the follow. PvE or PvP? Currently right now it's a PvE ship. It's gonna be designed for playing on hard mode or hardcore. In other words, if we die, we delete the save. Kind of how I play. And I make all my designs in a creative first, and then we go and test them in hardcore. That way, if we screw up, we know if it's a design problem, then we fix it. If it's not a design problem and it's just my stupidity, then we just try again. But right now I'm making an endgame ship. So this is going to be after level 25. We're packing up everything and we're moving to other planets. It's a waste of time, in my opinion, to create and build in a live game. Yeah, for a good amount of time, I tried making my ships in creative, and it wasn't until I was spending more time designing in survival than I was actually playing survival. So I started to just make them in creative first. It means that when we're playing survival, we're actually playing survival rather than just kind of whatever. I have a build I've been working on for 2 years, never really finished. A lot of my designs over here, all this stuff is what I've made. You can see a theme. White and yellow, white and orange, but pretty much I've progressively been just kind of iterating off of these. This is my first attempt at a large ship. That's why I'm taking so long designing this thing, is because this thing looks cool, but it's expensive as hell to lift off, and I don't need that many guns. So this is my attempt number 2 at a large capital ship. A lot of my other ships are just really, really small in comparison. You from New York or Washington? I am from Idaho. I am from the great the great potato state. Best apple state. Yep. Yeah, my state's a bit of a farm town compared to the bigger states. We have a sense of humor here. Oh, and kind of frozen. Give it a sec. Give it a sec. Oh god, the game. I'm from New York, but live in Central Florida. Ah, okay. Wow, game's really chugging right now. Apparently, it did not like what I was trying to accomplish. Yeah, game's. Oh, there we go. Wow. Game, please. No, that's me. Currently, right now, the game just kind of decided to take all of my resource of my computer. Just let the computer kind of do its thing and calm down. That's the thing about this game, is that it likes to do that from time to time. And I'm not using a very I'm not using a tiny computer either. Oh, there we go. Come on. Come on, game. Either that or my computer's deciding to do an update right now. That's possible too. Both are possibilities. You streaming with a CPU or a video card? Video card, yeah. Well, no. My game and my streaming computer are the same thing. So I'm streaming and playing off of the same computer, which probably with this game is probably not the best thing. Because this game is already resource intensive. But my computer, you know, yeah. Go. Okay, now things are starting to calm down. I won't know until like after I get off stream what really was the problem. It could be the game all of a sudden decided that it needed more resources than my computer could handle, or my computer decided to do a Windows update. It's all possible too. It's really annoying when my computer does that. And it's something I have no control over. When Windows wants to do an update, they'll just take over your computer and just do it without your permission. Let's see here. I'm not hating the design. Definitely makes the backside a little bit more interesting to look at. Acts as extra shielding against attacks on the side. Yeah. But yeah, you can see my resources on the side. Currently, right now, for some reason, the computer decided to go up to 50% CPU, which I'm running an i7, which is kind of weird when that happens. Like, what are you trying to accomplish, game? Or computer? Yes. Go down here. Probably, Put one there. There. I'll put some sentry turrets on the bottom. Yeah, but which you have OBS using in the stream. Uses your processor to encode the stream. The hardware using dedicated chilled a graphics card and better, as well as several older generations of. Okay. think I'm probably on the processor. I'm pretty much at like probably factory default. You have a good video card, I would suggest. Yeah, mine is currently a 1060. My video card is a 1060, so it would free up your processor. Yeah. Yeah, because right now OBS says 10%, but my computer, as you can tell, is at 50%. Yeah, I'll have to go in and mess around with that. This. 2 forward, 2 facing forward, 2 facing back. It's down the bottom of the ship to protect that hangar. That hangar door. Did you serve? Me? No. Nah, I didn't serve. I had a lot of friends who did, though. A lot of my friends from high school went and served in military somewhere. I had one is a Marine. One's an Army veteran. Another is actually 3 of them are Air Force. 2 of them are veterans, and one's active service right now. He always has some weird pictures. Right now he's serving in Germany right now, but I see him every once in a while. I don't see him as much anymore, mostly because, you know, I grew up in Anchorage, so trying to get out there is kind of difficult. Let's see. I support Stack Up. Ah, okay. Yeah. Is it some sort of a something to help out veterans? Like helping them get jobs straight out of serving, or military Twitch gaming charity. I see. That's cool. Yeah, one of my viewers is one of my viewers who I don't see much in chat much, but he's a Army veteran. You know. Oh. Okay. Yeah, veterans are my kind of people. They kind of share my sense of humor. Sarcastic, dark humor. the kind of humor that's not for everybody. See here. They give gaming platforms to retired and deployed troops. Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, here in Idaho, we are very much for the military, both active and also retired. In fact, a lot of retired military lives out here. They send vets to TwitchCon and other. Oh, like Comic-Con? Oh, you get them plane tickets and places to stay and all that? Nice. Very nice. All for that. Just that right there. Something like this right here. Yes. And right there. Second after very nice. PSD, depression, emotional distress affects millions of individuals. Designed to watch over our community and provide critical support through round-the-clock access to team training. Nice. Because when it comes to a veteran, it's all about giving them, you know, any help that they need. Ouch. Ah! I was looking for streamers to help spread the word and stream events. Yeah. I've been trying to. I'm kind of a small streamer, but I could do, I could do what I can. AFK, food time. Food time. Working. I'm just kind of putting those up there for decorative sake. Don't exactly have any use. That's here. Okay, the back of the ship looks a little bit better. Just a tiny little bit better. Doesn't feel too much like a cylinder. So we took off the artillery pieces. We need to figure out where we're going to put them instead. Probably put them back over here. Do this real quick. We got the artillery pieces, and we also need to probably put some rockets somewhere. But the plan is with this particular, again, what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be placing all the turrets, the maximum number of turrets that we're going to have on board this thing, and then for the sake of hardcore, we're going to take off a bunch of the turrets that we're not going to need immediately, and then add them on later. That way we can spawn this thing in sooner rather than later, and then gather up the materials needed. Probably get flak turrets. Let's do a combination of rocket turrets and flak turrets. Probably put the rockets here. the space in. But probably space 2 in each. That way, if one explodes, it doesn't set up, it doesn't damage the other. Yeah, we'll put two missile launcher turrets in the center. That way, if we're landed somewhere, these things will defend us a little bit. One of these days, I'm going to be able to go to a TwitchCon. I'm hoping that, you know, my finances have been getting a little bit better lately, so probably going to be able to go this year. Wasn't able to go last year. Well, the last one, which was like a month or two ago. Able to go to that one. Yay, money problems. Woo! And just how it goes. Alright. Do this. Okay. How this is going to work is it's going to first be is designed to be a cruiser first, and then upgrade to an assault cruiser. And that's why we're designing it with a double and a triple combat steel bottom, so that this thing could, park itself right above, right near a point of interest and just pelt it. That's why you got most of the guns on the side. We'll probably put a couple of guns on the bottom. And each of the hangar doors is triple thick. So there's actually 3 hangar doors. 3 of them. So you got 3 here. You got 3 on top and 3 in the back. So that if we get a direct hit on one of the hangar doors, it will just blow up one, not all of them. Let's just hope that we haven't made ourselves a Titanic. As long as the core doesn't get hit, we'll be fine. So I haven't figured out what I'm going to put back here. We're going to put something back here. I just don't know what. I already know what I'm going to be calling this thing. Name it now. Game Legend, hey, thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm going to be out of here soon myself. Just call it what it's going to be called, because it's the combat ship, so. The Thor. Kind of fitting for a combat ship, really. Normally for SVs, I kind of name them after animals. I mean, we've got the frog over there, we got the wolf, we got the fox, and the transport ship is called the mule. This is a combat ship, so this is a combat CV. It needs something a little bit more oomph. We're gonna call it the Thor because it hurts a lot. Hurts a lot of people. Bringing the pain. That's what I do. See here. We don't want to block any of these weapons. Here. We want the artillery to be able to shoot down. Rockets can shoot up because those are for when we're landed. Probably should put a minigun on the bottom too. Mostly so that this thing will be able to protect us from ground troops. Because we're going to be actually dealing with ground troops. This thing. Oh. I'm kind of just going back and forth in between the inside and the outside of the ship as we go. Yay game. Okay. This artillery piece. There is. There is a retractable one. I want a retractable one. I want this thing to come out and bring the pain. So how thick is that? 2 blocks thick? Holy crap. Okay. Ooh, how about that? Ooh, let's put a spot for this thing. Yeah. Not completely blocking it. I want more in the center of the ship now. That thing in there, that's a huge gun, I'm just saying. And this thing, what the artillery piece does in this game is it causes 4 blocks of damage out from the point of impact. It will destroy, completely destroy a combat steel block on the impact site. So on the impact site, it will cause, enough damage to destroy the block it hits. And also it causes a little bit of damage to the block behind it. And then it does progressively less damage out from the impact site all the way out to 4 blocks from the impact. It's a devastating gun. Which is good that it doesn't fire that fast, but if you're in anything but something heavily armored, that thing will just tear right through you. I know this because I tested it. I shot at a 3x3 block of combat steel and aimed right for the center. And I had to make a second. It did so much damage to the blocks blocks out that I had to, add another ring onto it. And I upgraded it to a 5x5 slab of combat steel, and it was 4 blocks out. Even 4 blocks out, it did enough damage to where it could probably take out like a thruster or something like that. Crazy. So having just 2 of these things is, for most of the things for single player, is like overkill. I mean, that artillery piece is going to be able to one-shot many turrets. So a combination of this plus 2 cannons and 2 miniguns will just tear a point of interest to shreds. The real question is that sometimes the description is wrong when it comes to some of these right here, because it says only functional in space, but the base one, the one for the base, the one for the actual ground bases, is functional in atmosphere. So I don't know. I know the lasers only work in space. That's questionable. Which I'm going to need to do here eventually is I got to design a test platform. So purposely make myself a hostile turret platform where it's got a bunch of turrets on it, and just have it fire at my ships while I try to dodge or take them out. Because in this you can where is it? Yeah, you can add alien blocks to any structure. So I can make something, remove the player block, and add the alien block, and it should, in theory, make it hostile to me. Yeah, in theory. I have not yet tested that theory out yet. Do something like this. No, we're gonna go this way then. Yeah, really, this thing is just going to be one giant. Change that. This thing's going to be a giant gun platform by the time I'm done with it. Gonna have so many guns on it. More guns, all the guns. There. There we go. There we Sweet. That'll give it a little extra protection. Not like it needs it. These things have a ton of health points to them. The gun is unobstructed, so be just fine. Probably put a door right here. A hatch of some sort. Doo-doo-doo. You know what? I'm gonna put some ribs on this thing with combat steel in places. Do something like this. Up there. Yeah, I like it. Forgot to actually use the combat steel. Oh. There we go. There we go. For reasons. For raisins? What? Oh, reasons. I just don't like large sections of flat area. No. No. Trying not to make this thing look real square as much as possible. Something like that on here. Right here. Yeah, sounds good. Do something different then. Looking better. What's also really nice about this little shielding is that I could put thrusters right behind it and it'll be protected. Get into the middle of the ship. Put them right up here. And do something like this. We have something that fills that in. Yeah, we do. Good. We're gonna have a spot right here where it's gonna. We'll put 3 windows wide. For decorative reasons. That. Put it up on the top here. I think. Within here. We're gonna put some sort of a decorative looking out place. Yes, that's the technical term. Observation room. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Yes, I'm good with words. I where I am. Ouch. That's what I could do. I could continue this archway down the center and kind of make the top kind of look like 2 separate arches. Yep. I could do that. That's pretty sweet too. So give ourselves 2 blocks with work with here. This way. Arch it like this. There we go. We'll probably do that twice. Oh. Actually, you know what? Go with it. Make those solid. As Rob Ross would say, happy little mistakes. Yes, here. That'll look nice. We're just kind of making the transition from the business end all the way up to the living end. Where more of our windows are going to be located mostly on the top. There's going to be very little on the bottom, mostly because, well, that's where most of the gunfire is going to be coming from, so. That's where most of the rocket and cannon fire is going to be going up from. Hmm. Separate out by 3. Go 4. Oh, no, like that. This is the fun part. This is, especially in any design, be it graphic design or this kind of design, is when you have an idea and you just kind of let it go, like just completely just let things just kind of go where it happens to fall. That's when you kind of go on autopilot. And then when you're done, you just kind of look at what just kind of fell out of your head. We'll do it again right here. Okay. That's good. Now, what about doing? At some point, kind of angling this up and basically flattening out the bottom. That's where we'll put, like, you know, lines of guns for the nose of the ship, kind of pointed down. These are, oddly enough, these are secondary guns. We'll have primary guns on the front, on the beneath the nose, so that when we're approaching a point of interest, we'll have these guns firing at first, and then we'll angle the ship, to the side, and that's when the side guns will come into play. Or if we feel like going right over the top or right near it, then the guns would turn to the side and fire down. But we do have to add a bunch of guns on the bottom thing. That's what we have so far on in the engine front. I'll have to probably make an engine room of some sort back here. That will go through we'll probably have to go through the hangar in order to get to. It's been so long since I watched this game. Yeah, technically this is my third attempt at making a large capital ship. So I'm taking everything I've learned from making the smaller ships and kind of bringing it into this thing. This is supposed to be our end game hardcore playthrough ship I'm trying to make. That's when we first spawn it in, we're not going to have all the guns on it, but when I upload it to the workshop when we're finished, which is going to take a while, I will I will have two versions. I'll have one with all the guns and then one with only like a portion of the guns, for those who don't want to go completely ham on all the guns, because this thing is going to be expensive to build. Because right now we've got 14,000 iron ingots and 16,000 sathium ingots. This one will take a while. That's why we need that ship, so we can gather the materials to get this thing up and running. And we have to texture this thing. It's gonna take a long time. Finish off the combat steel armor plating bottom here. Are you using realistic design, heat shielding, accessibility, all parts, or are you just what looks good and works? I'm trying to do something that's like a hybrid of both of those. I want something that's going to have, because we're going to be playing on hard mode with this thing, so we have to be wary about things like heating issues and where we're going to be standing, radiation, dealing with radiation, being able to get on and off of this thing from the surface of a planet, stuff like that. That's why I'm gonna have to design this in such a fashion to where if we have to land, we can get to anywhere on the ship by just going to one of the docking areas. But right now I'm just kind of rough drafting the outside of the ship, and then going back through and kind of perfecting the designs a little bit, making sure all the rooms are not too terribly empty and big. And then also filling in some space to where we want like extra armor in areas. Because we want this thing to be in combat. It's designed to be in combat, so hence the bottom. Bottom is going to be completely combat steel, so we can park ourselves above a point of interest and be shot by rockets and all that. That's why the sides are going to be, for sake of saving weight, the sides are going to be hardened steel. The bombs are going to be combat steel. And then we'll have like various sections where we'll have hardened steel on the outside, then we'll have like a plate of combat steel behind it, just in case. For like things like engine rooms or living areas or stuff like, or you know, the cockpit. I haven't had a PC for a long time because it broke. But I used to build in spaceship engineers. Most of my ship designs were based off of guns and Borderlands series. Tried to make things pretty realistic. I try to do the same. I try to make the things a little bit more realistic. The game is a little arcadey, yeah, but the survival part, the survival aspect, I try to design around the survival part of the game. Hey Zoe, how's it going? Yeah. But yeah, it's about time for me to get out of here. Shut down the symmetry mode. That's what we have so far today. We got to the we got to the center of the ship so far. At least I think it's gonna be the center of the ship. I like Empyrion because it's space city builder, but also chillax game. Yeah, it is. It really is. That's what we've gotten so far. We got a rear hangar. You seem chillax too. Yeah, I try to keep it relaxed here as much as I can. But this is what we have so far. We've gotten the hangar. Each of the hangar doors is triple thick. So we've got actually 3 doors. Oh, Zoe, thank you for the follow. We've got 3 doors to protect it, which we're going to have a sensor that opens all 3 at the same time. And I'm probably going to, on the back one, I'm probably going to put I'm going to try and put like shielding. We're going to put force field there too. Just to protect, if they get through all 3 doors, they can still protect us. Keep us from losing all of our oxygen. We got triple thick on the bomb too. This thing is barely going to ever land, but we wanted to design it in such a fashion to where it can land. But pretty much, it's going to be the mule's bigger sister. That's the mule. That was my first attempt at a transport ship. Well, it's actually the second attempt. My first attempt was this one, the Reclaimer. That was my second attempt at a capital ship. There's a lot of empty space inside this thing. That's why I'm trying to not have as much empty space. That's going to be a little bit more tightly packed of a ship. But I like to design all my structures modular. So when we're in hardcore, the rule set is that I only use blueprints that I myself have designed, and I design them in such a fashion to where they can easily be expandable and repeatable. So you make a base which has a little bit of something here, like the bare basics, and then you'd have all your defenses be separate bases that you just kind of place around, kind of like RTS style. Been working on designs to go against a friend of mine. Oh, if you're doing links, feel free to PM them to me, because right now I've got it set to where it blocks links, mostly because we've had bots that come in here trying to advertise for like porn sites or stuff like that. So just to be safe. But I gotta get out of here. I got work I gotta go to. I've got a day job, so thank you all for hanging out with me. If you're new here, hit the follow button. I stream pretty much Tuesday through Friday in the mornings, my time. 7 a.m. my time. US Mountain Time. Idaho time. And Saturday, I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be streaming a game that's a little bit different. It's called Scum. It's a realistic, extremely realistic survival game. So if you're into survival games, this is the game you want to check out. But I'm going to get out of here. I don't want to go work, but I have to. Anyway, I'll see y'all there. You all have a good day. Stay alive out there. And don't drop that drink, because it's a Friday. It's a waste of a drink. I'll see you later. Bye.